reflections, ghosts in the crowd. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry but it's too late. You never
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and hopefully not good night. Welcome to Wednesday's stream, daytime stream, where today we're focusing on LMDH cars. The hypercars of the world that are becoming more and more popular as time goes on. They're wishy-washy for me personally. I do like them. I like them more than GT3. I just think GT3s are just the barrier to entry into the world of motorsport racing for a lot of people, especially in the sim racing space. However, LMDHs are more difficult to drive. They're faster, and they, in theory, should grip a lot better than GT3 cars. But for some reason, there seems to be a lot of I would almost say miscommunication in terms of how these cars should or should not grip. I'm never going to drive one. I've just that's something that I know right off the rip. I'm never going to get a chance to drive one, so I'll never be able to be like, oh yeah, this is what they should or should not do. But that being said, though, I've driven a lot of other cars. I have a lot of experience in life in motorsports with tires, so I'm approaching this from the perspective of a casual sim racer with some motorsports background. That's what I do for my career, except it's motorcycles and not cars. However, tomato, tomato. Whether you think that's relevant or not, that's up to you. But essentially, today's plan is we are going to be building. We already have the on paper here. Let me just show you here. Oh, that's bright. It's bright in the eyes. Let's do this. Let's do this. Boom. There, less bright in the eyes. So we're building ourselves a tier list. All right. Starting with RaceRoom is what we're going to play first today, because personally, I enjoy the LMDHs the most in RaceRoom. Whether they are the most accurate, I could not tell you. I just know that the combination of fun and difficulty is my ideal LMDH experience when playing a video game. Thank you for the sub, K-Dog. I appreciate that. And then we're going to be just going down the line. We're going to get into iRacing. We're going to get into Project Motor Racing, LMU, Rennsport, and AMS2. And we're essentially, these are the, I don't want to say the big six, but these are all relatively popular games. PMR, whether people say it's popular or not, there is some, for sure, popularity behind it. I, myself, it's one of my top three. My top three, personally, is RaceRoom, PMR, and AMS2. I do like Rennsport, I do like LMU, and I do like iRacing. I just think that LMU and Rennsport are much more niche. They are much more similar to each other. They are their own kind of, they focus on GT3 and LMDH cars in a very one-trick pony style of racing. iRacing is much broader. It's much bigger. It is arguably, if not the biggest simulator in the world. I do have my complaints about it, though. Primarily, my only real complaint is the tire model, but we'll talk more about that later when we're playing it. We're not going to focus on that because we all know we can talk about iRacing's tire model till we're blue in the face. Whether we agree or disagree with it, it is what it is. That isn't the point. The point is, we're going to be doing some LMDH racing today. So we're going to jump right into RaceRoom. Like I said, RaceRoom first. There's no particular order to this. I will say, in chat, folks, if you could, because again, I am not approaching this from the try hard. I am trying to be the best sim racer to ever exist. I'm approaching this from, I put a good amount of hours in my sim. I want to have a good time. Okay? I am the casual. Now, casual doesn't mean not competitive. It doesn't mean I want to get better, or I don't want to get better. It just means my ultimate goal above all other things is to have a good time. I personally believe in life in general. That's what everybody should be motivated by, whether it's super competitive racing or not. If you're not having a good time with what you're doing, you just shouldn't be doing it. Life is too short. So for me, fun, primary thing right here. And we're going to be going over handling and all that stuff. However, what I was considering was either A, running them with ABS, or B, running them without ABS. Now, these cars, authentically speaking, do not have ABS, period. However, for the sake of simplicity, I didn't want to have to dial in my brake pedal per simulator. Per car, per simulator, it's a lot of time. However, I will if that's what people prefer to see. You prefer the fully... Now, there's no stability controls. There's nothing like that. We're not trying to change the way the cars drive. We're just essentially potentially applying a little bit of assisted braking when using the brakes so we don't lock the tires up. But we don't have to. I'm leaving that kind of up to the crowd. I might even do both. Real quick, let me see what I'm on right now for this. I think I want to say I have the brakes force assisted on. I can understand that, K-Dog, but if you approach RaceRoom from an iRacing perspective, I think it's like the more budget version of it, and honestly, I have a lot more fun in it, and visually, it absolutely is way better than iRacing. But that being said, I tried playing RaceRoom with zero purchased content, and I didn't get very far into it before I kind of threw in the towel. Now that I have the second time I tried it, I bought the Christmas package, which was like 17 cars and 32 tracks, and it hooked me on it. Now, honestly, it is... I don't want to say what is my favorite sim, simply because my mood sort of... There are days where all I want to do is play RaceRoom. There are days where all I want to do is play Project Motor Racing. There are days where all I want to do is play AMS2. And there are even days when all I want to do is play iRacing. They are just fewer and far between. However, there's a lot to offer in RaceRoom. Let's face it, AMS2 is the content king. And Project Motor Racing is... I'm going to call it early access. Sorry if that offends anybody. I really, truly don't care, though. It is essentially an early access variant of some of these other sims, and I see it being in a good place in the shorter term more so than the longer term. Whether you want to agree with me or disagree with me, complain about it, that is not my point here. But that being said, all three of them make my top three because, like I said, fun is the biggest prerequisite for what I do with my time. So, that being said, let's see, where were we here? Gameplay, assists. We want to turn, for now we're going to turn, we're going to do factory ABS, which is going to be basically, if it has ABS, it applies it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So, practice. Early morning stream, yes sir. Love my honest views on sim racing. I appreciate that. That's all you're ever going to get out of me. I will never lie for the sake of lying. It's ridiculous. I believe in transparency and honesty, even if people disagree with you. And if that ultimately makes me a smaller, YouTube channel because I'm bluntly honest, then so be it. I really don't care. CK Dog, the thing is that I invest into all of them. So I have just about all the content for all of them. Now, I don't have every car in RaceRoom, but I do have every track, and I have a lot of the cars. And I have all of the content of AMS2. I have obviously all of the content of PMR. I have all the content. I have all the content of every one of them, except R Factor 2, some of the really, really older ones, and then, of course, iRacing, because iRacing needed $1 million to do that. So anyway, for as far as car setups are concerned, I was contemplating default setups, but in this case here, default setup puts this car on softs. However, not all the sims get soft tires. So I'm unsure of the exact way to do this. I kind of want to put them all on medium tires. But again, like if this game allows you to put softs on it, but say LMU, you can only put mediums on it, what's the proper way to test? Maximum grip, which is, again, this game was soft and LMU with medium, or equal tires across the game, or across all the sims. 2 laps of each. Okay, all right. I suppose I can do an individual, more of a breakdown, I suppose. Let's see. Also, I'm a rear downforce guy, but we'll run it. We'll just run this car the way it's presented to me. How's that? That's what we'll do. We'll run this car 100% the way it's presented in this game. All right, so this is RaceRoom. This is the BMW LMDH. This is on all default setup, authentic settings. For reference, our tires are at high 30C, so they're relatively cold right now. Let's do a couple laps, and yeah, there you go. We're gonna do a couple laps. We're gonna warm them up. Now, what would you guys say optimum temperature is for the LMDH tire? Soft tire. Because that's what I'm on. I'm on a soft tire right now. Right now we're at 50C. Now, as far as brake pressure settings go, right now all I've done is have my my actual pedals modified in the pedal software, and I just have more of a delayed push, so that way I don't accidentally shock the tires and lock them up. We're also making sure to run it in warmer seasons as well. Now, I tried Seal HUD. It wasn't bad. I don't mind it. It's definitely better, but it's just one more program I got to run, and in all honesty, I don't care enough. But it is definitely better, I'll agree. But I'm honestly content. It's the reality of it. Up. So right now we're in the mid-50s. I think we'll do 2 full laps, and then we'll do a bit of a push lap. Even though I'm arguably pushing now, I'm just being a little easier on the braking zones. Also, we're going to be testing every track, or every car, sorry, on Monza. I'm not a fan of Monza. It's just a boring track to me, but it's a very, very popular track. So, and now we're not chasing lap times. I am not good enough with these cars on Monza to be able to, like, compare them lap times. I'm mostly coming from the perspective of what car is enjoyable to drive, how they drive, compare their grip, their handling. Do they make you want to, like that? They make you want to never drive them. That there is just not paying attention. All right, let's clean the tires off. We're at about 60C right now. Like 80C? I don't know if we're going to get to 80C, honestly. Alright, let's go for a push, see how we do. See how it feels all together. Oop. Yep, that's just bad driving. Not knowing Monza with these cars. I wish we all had Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen is like my favorite short track like this. I know it relatively by memory in just about every car. Monza, I'm wishy-washy on. I don't do it enough because I think the track is, like I said, it's just more on the boring side. But it's super popular. Every sim has it. Alright, so looks like we locked up the rear. Possibly from a downshift. We're getting towards 70C now. The rear tires are at 70. Yeah, we're pretty much parked at like right around 70C. Doesn't look like it wants to get any warmer than that. And this is why I was saying about having ABS on, for the sake of doing this test. Each game is going to be, I'm coming from this, like I said, from the perspective of a casual. I have not set up the brake pressures or anything like that for these cars. And without ABS, brake pressure is crucial. But so far, I'd say grip is pretty solid. Let's see what we run for this lap time here. Alright, got a 141.826. Matches what my wheel says. Yeah, LMDH is definitely on the easier side in RaceRoom, for sure. By comparison, anyway. They feel like they have the most rear grip, which, I mean, I'm one of those people that is on the boat of These cars should have amazing grip. Like, well, here's the thing, right? We can all confidently agree we've never driven an F1 car, a modern F1 car. But I think we would all come to the same conclusion that a modern F1 car has far more grip and handling ability than a production Mustang GT, correct? I think we can all, you know, carry that narrative confidently without driving an F1 car. So which tells me that if I got in a Mustang GT and I got in an F1 car with basic understanding of driving a car, that I would have a faster lap time in an F1 car, even if it was extremely slow and bad and off any level of pace. All right, so just so we know there, we just did 141.3. That was our lap time there. It's saved on the dash here, 141.3. So, let's go back to the pit. We're going to put mediums on it and see what we do. Turn a garage. Car setup. Put some mediums on. Oh, no, we don't want hards. Medium. Just the mediums. Let me finish my analogy quick. So my point is that I don't know what you guys have driven for cars, but I've driven some pretty grippy street cars, right? Not necessarily production cars, but yes, production cars too, and then as well as built cars. And I've never driven an F1 car, but I do know the grip of a lot of street cars. So there is no video game on the planet that should tell me that driving an F1 car is harder to drive from a... I'm not saying on the limit. I'm saying the basic fundamentals shouldn't be as hard as a car that is objectively slower in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking about, like, comparing it to, like, say, forced difficulty. Forced difficulty is something that bothers me a lot in a lot of racing sims because there is no fear, like in real life, to hold you back from getting to the limit. So naturally, your brain just goes, go to the limit. It's a video game. Who cares? So the game tries to find its own ways to make that difficult. Like iRacing does it through tires. They prevent you from finding the limit of racing and playing on the safer side by doing it through making tires have struggled to have grip. See, the thing is, though, is we all say it's probably not very close to reality. But we don't know what reality is. For example, has anybody seen, and this is really good, it's a little mini documentary, not really a documentary, but like a 20-minute video or maybe in a half-hour video of Brad Pitt taking his first ever F1 car around... I forgot what track it was. It's a really good video. Anyway, he takes an F1 car around a track. He takes down McLaren's. He's working with Team McLaren. And his first time ever around the track, he didn't get anywhere near the limit of the car trying to drive it hard. He and his balls were essentially the weakest link to getting that car around the track. He didn't lose grip. He didn't spin out. He didn't lock up the front brakes. He drove the car too soft because the car was too much. It was too much car for his driving ability. So he had to teach himself to go faster and faster and faster and faster to get towards some level of limit. So my point is, in a video game, what I think would be proper realism, if we're trying to get towards realism, is making a car, like right now, I am not driving this car anywhere near the limit. I'm driving it pretty damn slow, but I'm not losing control in that limit. To me, yes, this car does seem easier by comparison to other sims, but by comparison to how the human mind is going to work, when you just throw them in a race car, they're not going to push the car to the limit. They're going to be scared to. And to me, I'm driving this car too cautiously right now, and it clearly shows in my lap times. But I'm not losing control. It's not like I'm sliding off the track, even though, yes, I did have a couple incidents where I drifted off track, but again, that was not paying attention. When I'm trying to drive the car and I'm paying attention, I'm just driving too slow, braking too soon, turning in too soon, poor line, stuff like that. But the car itself isn't slowing me down. And that's the point I'm trying to make with force difficulty. The average person gets in the sim, and the car is all over the place. They can't drive it. That's what keeps them going slow. Whereas in this case here, I am what's keeping me from going faster, not the car. And I feel like, without driving one of these, if I just jumped in an LMDH car in real life, after having tire warmers on it and took it around a track, I'm going to come back not having crashed it, but going extremely slow. Because I am too scared to put the car anywhere near the limit. You follow me? Anyway, tangent aside, let's go try this car out on mediums. So what, 140, yeah, 141.300 was my lap time. We gotta do some warm-up laps. Because our tires are now back in the 30s. Serious question. Does anybody in chat think they can get in a race car? And do they think the car or they are going to be the limit? I'm just curious. Do you think you're going to be like, oh, these tires aren't good enough? The suspension's not good enough? Or maybe the car's going to do nothing wrong and you are just going to be completely under the limit because you are scared to drive the car. What do you think is going to happen? I know the answer to this personally. But it'd be interesting to see if the male ego gets in the way of answering this question properly. Willie Libre, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Whoop. One lap and you'll be exhausted. You'll be driving slow. Yep. Yep. I guarantee you don't even get the tires warm. And they don't spin, either. That's the thing. I guarantee you if I got in this car, unless I tried to do like a burnout or something, I'm not going to find the limit of these tires, even when they're cold. I can guarantee that. No! I looked at chat! No! Appreciate the sub, though. Anthony Applegate, thank you. I'm not blaming you, but I'm also kind of blaming you that I just crashed right there. It's all good, Anthony. And, are you saying that, Foghorn, as a way of saying that's something you've experienced, or that's saying that's something you've experienced that you don't think that I have experienced? Thank you, Rowan PK. I appreciate it. Thanks for the sub, both of you. I know. Alright, let's go for a lap now. We're about 65C on the mediums. We're actually ahead of our time before. But that's also me driving, too. Driving a little more aggressive because I'm starting to get the hang of the car, you know? You can see our Ghost back there. That's our soft 141.3 time. See right there, that was under the limit the whole time. Braked way too early. Oh, we lost some time right there in that turn. Lost about a tenth on that turn right there. Oop. Yeah, last few turns hurt us. We drove it a little poorly. Could be partially the tires, could be me making mistakes by comparison. We just made it up right there, though, believe it or not. Picked up 2/10 on that turn. So we're just going to drop us to 148, maybe? 140.7, got it. All right, so right there, we went faster on mediums. Now, that's likely my driving, not that mediums are more superior. All right. Good news, the devs are not going to say much because they don't. They're testing, but it looks like they might be making some headway on the crashes. Trial and failure. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Let's see. The monos on track are not the grippiest. Let's see. My Camry on this track would be epic. Out of the three choices of hypers in RRE, I found the Bimmer to be the least stable. Porsche is easiest to drive, but I prefer the Lambo. I like the BMW, but it all comes down to I'm a strange person. I like my cars to be a little more out of control. I kind of prefer it, but as long as you can control the out of controlness, if that makes sense. Because if it's like iRacing, you can't go past the limit whatsoever, or you just crash. The road turns into immediate ice, and then you just crash, and that's the end of the race for you. Whereas there's a lot of cars in, say, where PMR, now not all cars, because there are some cars in PMR where the grip levels shut off way too much after peak grip, and it sort of simulates the iRacing effect that I don't like. But then there are other cars that when they're sideways, that's where you want to be. Like the GTO class. That class is so manageable. Inside tire or wheel spin and oversteer, it's fantastic. Just trying to crash me like my husband. Appreciate that. Fortunately for you or me, I was either done with the race or just not paying attention. I'm like the new wheel rim, liking it a lot, guys. Liking it a lot. This makes me really excited for the Zeus wheel, which doesn't exist yet, at least not on the public eye. But this is the old generation formula wheel from Simagic. This thing's badass. My only complaint about it, and this is like a real first world problem complaint, is that because my two other wheels are new generation, and this is technically older generation, I can't find in the SimPro software all of the buttons to match up. So like a lot of games don't allow you to have multiple wheel layouts. So you have to kind of rebind your wheels every time you change your wheel. So the Neo-X hub and the GT Neo wheel, the layouts are pretty much the same. So I can just remap all the numbers in the SimPro software to be so each button is the same. So I just swap my wheel and every button functionally works the same. With this wheel, it doesn't work that way. The layout's completely different. So there's no real efficient way to kind of swap the wheels. So for this wheel, I need to have the game have a second layout. Other than that, though, it's my favorite of the three wheels so far. but it's also the most expensive, so that should be the case. Although, actually, I think if you factor in the cost of the Sparco wheel, then no, that is actually more expensive. But, yeah. They all work with an adapter. Every brand has an adapter. All right, so let's real quick. Let's not get too sidetracked. Let's jump back to our score sheet here. So I am gonna say, let's see. All right, so for the sake of easy math, 10 is gonna be the best. We're gonna put RaceRoom at 10 simply because it's our baseline. Okay, so 10 being the best, and if I find something is better, I'll scale it down. So for now, we'll do this. RaceRoom is a 10. Fun factor is a 10. To me, this is ideal LMDH feeling for fun factor. Difficulty, it's not very difficult. I would say we'll start at 5. Nice round in the middle number 5. Okay? 10, the higher number will be more difficult. And we'll obviously scale it based off of 10. I guess I could do force feedback. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, K-Dog. All right. I like the advice. FFB. Feel. Or we'll just do, you know what I mean. All right, so force feedback. Let me do one more lap and pay more attention to force feedback. That way I'm not trying to remember what it was like. All right, so this time we're just ignoring everything else. I'm only paying attention to the force feedback. So curb, yep. How the rumblies feel, yep. Whole lot of rumbly. That's good. One thing I really like about RaceRoom's force feedback that no other sim does is putting the gear shift kickback in the wheelbase. Super, super nice to have feature. I wish they all had it. Once I experience it in this, it's like, oh man. Because your butt kickers are any haptics you can have on your rig, you can generate that through like SimHub. Whereas, this is built directly into the game to put it through your wheelbase. I like that a lot. No forced oscillation. Very, very, very little. Actually, it was the rev limiter that did that. Watch. As soon as I shift, it goes away. So that's cool. I very much like the force feedback of this car in this game, for sure. Obviously, force feedback is very dependent on the car. So, for the sake of keeping things simple, we are only comparing LMDH. And we're using the same BMW across all the sims. That's the only thing I want to keep it as simple. I don't want to talk about force feedback across all of the sims, or all of the games. Sorry, Jesus. All of the cars. So this is just an LMDH kickback feel. And so far, I'm liking this a lot. Like a lot. It's not doing things that feel unnatural. It's grippy when it should be grippy. Let's increase the multiplier for more force feedback. Go 1.5. Make it hard to sort of steer. Now I feel the road textures a lot more. It would help to know what the steering in this car feels like to properly set up the force feedback. I think I actually like it a little bit better at 1.5 than 1.0, but it's a little too much. So let's go 1.3. Yeah, 1.3 feels pretty good. Good amount of resistance to not lose control of the car. Oop, shouldn't have downshifted. See if I can muscle my ghost on the back stretch right here. I don't think I can. Oh, he's got me. Hit the limiter too many times. All right. Really good. Force feedback feels really good for this car in this sim. Again, very specific. That's how I'm keeping it. So let's go back to our force feedback. For the sake of, like I said, I'll scale these numbers back if, like, I find a sim that I think is better. That'll become the new 10, because the scale for best here doesn't mean there's no room for improvement. It just means my opinion of the 6 sims that I'm trying today, that is the best. So for now, we'll go 10 on the force feedback because I really liked it. Difficulty is the opposite direction. Difficulty is, for the sake of keeping this a base number, like I said, we're going to update this the entire time we're doing this. So for now, RaceRoom is overall is a 10. It was the most fun, the best force feedback, and medium difficulty. And by medium, I mean it might be the easiest one, in which this would be scaled down. But we got to play the other sims first. So now let's get out of RaceRoom. And now, which one do you guys want to see next? Because I've got 5 more to do. And then once I'm done with those 5, I can figure out what I want to do then, depending on how much time we spend. You know what? Since we technically did what we'd all agree is probably the easiest driving experience in LMDH, we're going to go what I think is the hardest. Our good buddies over at iRacing. Close steam. Yep. Good call, Fway, because that's what I was doing anyway. All right, test drive. I've already got it prepped. Our weather, by the way, we're going to do best case scenario. Static, 90 degrees, clear, no cloud coverage whatsoever, no moisture on the track. You know what? Where I come from, humidity is water. 0% humidity. 1% wind, or 1% wind, 1 mile an hour wind. That's it. That's our settings. Those are ideal conditions. Leave debris on track. We're going to turn that off too. We want to give this game every edge it can possibly have in getting grip. We don't want any debris to lose us grip. Nothing. We want the track to be the best conditions. Yeah. Let's give it a go. So tonight, folks, I want to test something on PMR in open lobbies. It's going to be a full-blown gaming session. We're going to have a good time. We're not going to be chasing. We're not going to be getting the game to crash. At least that's not going to be the core of the night. The night is just going to be open lobbies. Let's do a bunch of racing, right? So it'll be kind of a return to form from what we did yesterday. However, I'm still going to be technically trying to make the game crash with different ideas. So what I would like to do tonight is, if you're in my lobby, if you have any liveries, use the original game's liveries. Do not use any modded liveries whatsoever. Simply use whatever the game provides, any one you want, as long as it came with the game. Time is going to be 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's our go-to. All right, so currently our tires are starting at 46C. They're actually 10 degrees warmer than what RaceRoom started them as. And these are... Do we know... I mean, I think according to... Here, let's go back to the... All right, so yeah, those are yellow on the side, which means they're mediums. So these are technically medium tires, by color anyway. And I don't think there's even an option. So we're at 46C on all 4 tires to start. These are also the new iRacing tires, by the way, too. Downshifting feels really good. I like that. I'm being real gentle because this is iRacing. I'm trying to give iRacing a real fair shake right now. And not drive like a maniac just because I know I will lose grip and crash. So far, actually really good. Oh! Don't give games compliment. They literally immediately make you regret doing that. We're going to do 2 laps, then we're going to go to the pit and check our tire temps because, you know, iRacing. Can't just check it on the fly. God forbid we're able to do that. That's one of those silly things where it's like, why? Why? Although I think we can actually use the dash. Of course, my metrics are in, you know, for the sake of... Let's see. I think that is our tire temp. So they're still going up. Alright, we're getting into green territory. So we're going to go... I was going to switch it over to C. Instead from Fahrenheit, I mean. Celsius to Fahrenheit. Or Fahrenheit to Celsius. But... tires cool down quick. Mile an hour cools these tires down really aggressively. I'd say we're probably pretty close then to peak tire grip based off what I'm seeing the temperatures doing. All right. That's fine. Next lap, we'll go for a lap. Cheese and crackers. Damn, I feel like we had better grip on our cold lap.
You got that corner, you got a slow down penalty.
What are you talking about? Do you know you're not fully letting off either the brake or gas pedal? I am. I'm off both pedals right now. I know it's registering that I'm on the gas a little bit, but, you know, you could argue that could be my, I might have to pull a little dead zone out of it. Or add some dead zone, I mean. But I am 100% out of the gas right now. Or, right now I'm out of the gas. Alright, start going for laps now. Yeah, if I go to 100% brake pressure, I will immediately lock the tires up. Like, watch, I'll just show you. Okay? That's 100% brake pressure. I'm trying to stay about 50%. The thing that's strange about it, though, is how you lock the tires up if you get on the brakes hard. From a high speed, I'm saying, though. Still debris on the track. It was supposed to clear that off. I have that setting set. What is that? So far, I'm seeing pretty decent rear grip, but struggling on the fronts, meaning braking. I feel like you just have to underdrive so much. Yeah, you shouldn't. It shouldn't be that hard to lock up easy at high speeds. But the thing is that it all comes down to the same conversation: the tires. Tire grip is just as important under braking as it is under acceleration. If the ideal tire temp is 175 degrees, and I'm racing in a 90-degree clear day with no humidity and no water in the air or water on the ground or whatever, how many laps do I got to do? Tires cool down way too fast from acceleration. I don't trust the brakes, you can tell. Braking so early right now. All right, let's try and do a push lap now. So that was 146.15. So what was the best? Yeah. I did braked way too soon again. Damn it. That's what I'm talking about with iRacing, though. It forces difficulty through making you scared to actually test the tires. Because the problem is that it's not about tire grip. It's about, or I should say it's not about tire grip. It's not about maintaining peak grip. It's about knowing that once you go past peak grip, the tires shut off. Yeah, see, like, that is... It's a very strange feeling. It's almost like you're on a timer. Like, as if the tires have a... like, once they go past peak grip and they shut off, it's like, even if you have maintained grip again, like you're going straight, it's like they're on a timer before they have grip again. It's very strange. Because I don't know why. Because, like, yes, it started to get a little loose right there. I rolled back off the throttle. I felt the tail settle. And then when I got back in the throttle, I immediately spun it. And it was borderline going straight. There's no way that car shouldn't have grip right there. Like that. No reason to lock the tires up right there. I disagree. It's that simple. I'm also going to log my lap time, too. Jeez, look at that. Now I got to do another lap. I mean, as of right now, 146.1 is my fastest lap in iRacing. What was my fastest in RaceRoom again? All right, one more lap, and then we're going to call it at a 146.1 if we can't beat it. Underdriving so much because I'm scared of the tires. Looks like we're close to a second and a half off our lap time though, so gotta maintain this corner here. Gentle, gentle. Yeah, we lost time right there. Again, the game is forcing difficulty, in my opinion, through tire model. To keep you honest. Keep you away from pushing. Lost more time right there because I don't trust the tires. This looks like a 144.9. All right. Now that we got that, let's go over to our little handy dandy guy. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. Oh, that's right. That's just iRacing freaking out. All right, so let's do this. Dash. I don't know what my lap time was. I'll come back to that. All right, so iRacing. Let's start with fun for what I just did. Not in general. Calm down, iRacers. But what I just did. RaceRoom was the most fun. Where does this fall? Let's do this. 5, difficulty 10. Just because I know this is going to be the hardest one. Perhaps. We'll start there. Force feedback felt decent, but not as nearly as good as RaceRoom. We'll go 7 on force feedback. And then lap time. So where do we want? I'll come back to the rating later. Lap time for now, 144.9. All right. So for iRacing as of right now, it is, our lap time was, there we go. 144.9. Fun factor, 5 out of 10. Difficulty, 10 out of 10. Force feedback, 7 out of 10. RaceRoom was, ignore this top number for now because that number is probably going to change. Fun, 10 out of 10. 5, or difficulty is 5 out of 10. Force feedback, 10 out of 10. That number could potentially change too. All of these numbers are subject to change once I drive all the sims. I do want to go back real quick and look on the VOD and see what I did in RaceRoom for time. $140.7. So there's your difficulty scale right there. And technically, you would think that I get better at what I'm doing. So the first sim has the least advantage in terms of my lap time. So you would think that I'd have gotten better by the time I got to iRacing at doing the same track on the same car on the same track lap after lap. But as of right now, not yet. So we are currently 4.2 seconds faster on RaceRoom. Same car, same track. All right, let's get out of iRacing now. Oh, we got on pause. God forbid. Oh, we got to stop the car. God forbid. There are some old school methods in iRacing that are very, you know, time to update. Yeah. All right. So, next sim is going to be... What's next on my list? We got PMR, LMU, Rennsport, and AMS2. I'll let you guys be the judge of what I want to do next. I feel like it should be AMS2 so I can get the slidiness out now. But I'll be right back. Alrighty, let's see. You guys all say LMU? Alright, LMU then. Fine, fine. Twist my arm. LMU it is. All right. Race weekend. World Endurance Challenge. Monza. BMW. Practice 10 minutes. We're going to put tire warmers on. Oh, no, no. We're not going to do tire warmers on. Because... Make that 20 minutes just in case I expire the time. I want to see how long it takes to warm the tires up. So let's see. I have not tried any mods for Assetto Corsa at all, of any kind. I have very little time in the OG Assetto Corsa. One day I'll get to modding it, but honestly, I have so many sims and stuff in front of me that it's really tough to do all that's available in the world. There's just not enough time. All right. Let's go. Whoa, okay, calm it down. Whoa, okay, all right, what's happening? All right. Tires are at 26C. Probably should have ran those tire warmers, huh? Alright, this is the new. This is the new hotness of sim racing. So this is another thing too. I wonder which is right and which is wrong. Because on my wheel here, the telemetry, the game, mind you, this telemetry comes from the game. It's telling me the tires are 35C. The in-game dash is telling me they're about 10 degrees warmer. Oh, no, about 8 degrees warmer. Oh, that's fine. We're warming up. Doesn't really matter. We already have more grip than iRacing, though. I'll say that. Also does a much better job of giving you the sensation that you're going fast. Something that I really don't like about iRacing. I don't ever feel... Ooh, almost lost it. I don't ever feel like I'm going fast in iRacing, no matter how fast I'm going. Sense of speed is a lot better in a lot of other sims. This has got a real good camera shake to it that feels... I feel like they did a good job. I don't like the weirdness. The force feedback feels very strange. Like, I'm not talking about like what the... Like I'm feeling right here. Like I'm feeling resistance. That feels good. But at like low speed turning, the wheel just like falls over. Like right there. It's just nothing there. Nothing there. Very weird. Able to save that. Couldn't do that in iRacing. So I would say that this car definitely has a loose, has some oversteer. By comparison to iRacing and RaceRoom, this car seems to suffer from more oversteer than both. It's got more grip than iRacing. Because iRacing just feels like you're not at the limit of the car, you're at the limit of the tire model. Whereas this feels like I'm oversteering the car by slingshotting the tail a little bit too much when I turn it. Alright, 1:44.4, so we already beat our iRacing time by half a second. I don't like low-speed turning. It just does not feel good. It feels like the top of my wheel is like weighted, and the wheel just like falls over. It's a very strange feeling. Other than that, though, the force feedback feels really good. Alright, got a good amount of time out of that one there. 1:42.0. So we're 1.3 seconds off our pace in RaceRoom. See if we can get any more out of it with this lap. going slower. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Little lock up there. Yeah, so this lap, isn't it? Yeah, we're getting some rear tire lockup right now. Interesting. Pushing it right now. Trying to chop. You see, like, right there, I just took 4/10 off my time. Even though I'm still slower overall. So we found probably a half a second right there alone in just that little S-curve. Or chicane, whatever you want to call it. We actually got to go faster, too. Look at that. And that was a pretty sloppy lap overall. So that was 141.86. So, for reference, in LMU, expand this a little bit. In LMU, we just did 141. And I could definitely get that to go faster because we were a half a second behind. So at least a half a second of that I could find with what I've already done, let alone what I haven't found yet. So that's just a matter of driving the game more. I don't play LMU at all, by the way, guys. So just so you know, I have played more iRacing than I have LMU. But I play RaceRoom the most. So what does that tell you from like a difficulty standpoint? Yes, you might say RaceRoom is the easiest, which I think it's probably the easiest for, say, a beginner, but the skill gap doesn't change. If the car is easier to drive, that means you're going to be able to, the limit's just further away, you know? But the case is, though, I drive this game the most, I drive LMU the least, and yet, look how much closer that is in time, 1.1 seconds, and look how much faster we went than in iRacing. That's the difficulty. Keeps you away from the tire. The tires keep you away from pushing. That's what I don't like about it. Right there, that last part, that last little turn and chicane, I was pushing. It was sloppy. It could absolutely be better. But I was able to push and trust the car that it was going to have grip. So, all right. Let's give it some numbers here. Fun factor, I'm going to go 8. I'm going to go 8 right now. That was fun. Hypercars are definitely more fun in LMU to me than the GT3s, but I also am coming from the standpoint of I just don't have a lot of fun in GT3 cars. So, difficulty. I'd say 7. I'd say 7. It wasn't much harder than RaceRoom. It was just more about figuring it out a little bit more. For I'm trying to look at these numbers though from the standpoint of a beginner without practice. This game is definitely easier to just get in and drive than LMU. iRacing is, you just got to iRace. That's all you can do. Force feedback. It's probably about 7 as well. Because I liked the straight line and the turning characteristics of it, but it really feels like, imagine there's a very heavy weight on the top of my wheel, and when I get to a certain turning, the wheel just falls. And I wasn't really that into that. This probably would have been a 9. Not as good as RaceRoom's, but probably would have been a 9 if that effect wasn't happening. Very, very strange feeling. Now, I could maybe tweak the force feedback and get some of that to feel better, but I've already done that in the past. I just haven't spent enough time with it to really, really, really go nuts. And I haven't spent a whole lot of time with RaceRooms either. I don't chase force feedback, guys. I really like to try and run them with what the game gives me. Give me a better vibe, you know? So, all right. What do we want now? PMR, AMS2, or Rennsport? Overall, though, I see why people do like LMU. Unfortunately, I don't like endurance racing, so it's really hard for me to to get into LMU. Yeah, look, 11 hours in LMU. And, wow, alphabetical order, Evan. RaceRoom, 56. AMS2, 110. I don't know what my logged hours are in iRacing, but it's definitely more than the what I have in LMU. All right, you know what? Let's see. We'll do AMS2 now. Just because I'm actually kind of curious on this one myself. I like the lap time metric. All right. Test day. Get out of that. Get out of that. Let's see. Hypercars. Nope, wrong car. They're LMDH. I wish licenses weren't a thing and they can just call everything what they actually are so my brain can work. There we go. All right, so BMW. We got the carbon livery on this one because hell yeah. All right. Monza. Weather. Default date September. We want our custom date. We want it warm. August, that works. Noontime. Okay. Save. Real quick, I want to go to options. I want to turn, make sure everything's set right. Okay, authentic. We're good. Yup. Where is... I want to make sure the wheel's on. There's a lot of information on these cars on the wheel that you lose. Here we go. All right. Let's start. Yeah, I'm saving PMR in last just because we've been playing a lot of it lately, so it's the freshest to us. And I also think that, and at this very juncture, it's the most problematic class of cars in PMR, Jesus. So I might do softs first, and then we'll jump over to mediums. Since this game gives us the choice. The past two games have not. Whoa! Alright, we're 1 for 1. All right, tires are at 32C, so let's get them warmed up. Already have more front grip, though, than all of the other ones. Well, maybe not RaceRoom, that's hard to say. I have to push a little harder here, but... Oh, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. Get the tires to lock a little bit. Up. We got it. We're good. Tires are at almost 50C. Thought I had tire wear off. Oh well. Let's go for a lap now. We're going to try anyway. We're going to have to do several, obviously. Sim hopping is not the easiest thing. Case in point. So 150 we'll go with next time. I gotta learn the braking zones. It's that simple. This is AMS2. It's funny you call it Super Glue Simulator because it's considered to be one of the slidiest ones. So we went 141.3, so we already went faster than LMU. Not by much, but we did go faster. Half second. What are we gonna do? .4. Fortunately, I don't think this game gives out live telemetry like Delta. It does it randomly when you clear a sector. Like that. Real close to going our fastest lap altogether so far. All right, what are we gonna do? Is this our fastest lap so far? Period? I think it is. Oh, there it is. Can't see it on screen. 139.8. So our fastest lap so far in all of the sims has been AMS2. Yeah, AMS2 does this really good thing of making you think you're losing grip, but you're not. I don't know if it's animation, the slidiness. What I'm talking about is the slidiness. But there were a couple points there where I pushed it a little too hard and I felt like I was losing the tail a little bit. But for the most part, that there was relatively easy. I could probably chop another second off if I really want to spend time. But I kind of want to do one quick test here. Oh, you know what, though? Here's the thing. Here is the thing. I'm on softs. I got to remember that. I'm on softs. So let's note this down, and we're going to switch to mediums. We're going to see how much we lose with mediums. So these are our times so far. So we chopped 9/10 of a second off our lap time from RaceRoom. But our RaceRoom time was on mediums. We went slower on softs, but that was because of just getting in the groove of things, you know? So 139.8, 8.1 to be specific. And we'll do S for soft. That'll be our stupid acronym, or stupid indicator, I should say, not acronym. Now we'll return to the pits, and we'll change to mediums. And then I want to do one quick test where I want to put ABS on. Once I'm done with this sim, I'm going to real quick, or not with this sim, with this test, I'm going to put ABS on, and that way when I trust the brakes, then we're going to see how fast I can actually go. Because technically, ABS should make me as fast as I could possibly be with perfect braking without ABS. Kind of what ABS does. You can just shock the brakes and ABS will do all the work. I do like me some AMS2 though, man. It's just such a good sim. It just feels good. Mirror looks like ass, but... Wheel data showed you're running lap times and other info. I think you can set the HUD up. Yeah, no, I can see that. But for some reason, it doesn't... Like, the game has to put out telemetry for the wheel to show it. For example, this game in particular does not update the delta or the relative, whatever... No, I should say the delta of the lap live. Meaning every other sim I was doing so far would tell... Oh, I'm under. It's just a constant live refresh rate of if I'm under or over. Whereas this one was just when I clear a sector, it shows me the difference. It's not up to, right now it just says plus 0.00. And it's going to say that the whole time. Curious to see how close we can get on mediums, if we even notice them. That, not for nothing, that braking felt pretty good right there. Braking is the weakest link for me in this. Yeah, the display is very nice. It feels wrong, though, when the sim doesn't support telemetry or is missing it and the dash doesn't work. You're like, oh, it feels kind of silly. right, here we go. Tires aren't fully up to temp, so we might need another lap, but we're going to see anyway. And this is also a default car. They've all been defaults. Hey, thank you for the sub. I will look in a sec as to who you were. That was a sloppy turn. So, for those of you who are newer in the chat, first of all, if you haven't subbed, I wouldn't mind. I'd appreciate it. And if you have subbed, I appreciate that already. And what is your favorite sim? Because right now I've pretty much checked the box for every single one of them. What is your favorite sim without mods? Let me say that. Let me start there. Because AC1 is like king in the modding world. And you can do whatever you want in AC. So if you're a modder or into modding, you can't beat AC. That's your game. Alright, let's see what we're going to do right here. I have no idea, to be honest with you. Did it not update? I'm confused. Did it not update? Same, K-Dog. I'd love to, but it's just a time thing. And I try to not burn myself out on sim racing because I stream it, so I want streaming to feel like a reward for me, not a punishment. We're gonna do one more lap after this, because I know I can go faster. I made some mistakes in that front straight. Not shifting, just not paying attention. So far, you were right, though. Way 140.9 was my last lap. It wasn't updating because it was only showing fastest lap. And because this is the same session, it's not overwriting it. One thing I recommend in AMS2, absolutely turn stability control off. Stability control, it does make it a lot more difficult, but it holds your hand way too much to the point where it adds a lot of that slidiness. The game does feel a lot better without it. Still has slidiness built in, but, you know, not too bad. All right, what are we gonna run? Oh, is our fastest lap. 139.3 on Schmediums. I guess you were wrong, Fway. You were right temporarily. So, I guess we can just erase this time, since it's our fastest period. They're all on mediums. So 139.3, 00. I believe this was a 0 as well. This was also a 0. All right. So AMS2, clearly our fastest so far. Now, for fun. I got to give AMS2 a 9, instead, even though I like RaceRoom better because it's the slidiness. It's the slidiness that's doing it for me. Difficulty? If you're into it, if you haven't let the slidiness like corrupt your driving, because if you come out of RaceRoom and go in AMS2, you're going to drive terribly. It's going to feel harder. But I actually think AMS2 is easier than RaceRoom. Possibly an unpopular opinion. But we're going to go 4 right now. That wasn't very hard to do. And in fact, I'm pretty confident I can go faster if I really wanted to push it. I'm just kind of driving the cars. Force feedback. I guess I'll update this one too. All right. Force feedback on AMS2 for the BMW LMDH on Monza. Still like RaceRoom's the best of these particular incidences, but it's pretty close. I'm not going to do decimal places. That's just complicating things. I'm going to go 9. I'm going to go 9. I still like RaceRoom better as far as the experience of driving the car. Even though I'm clearly faster in AMS2, between the force feedback and the driving feel, I just like it better. Doesn't mean I'm better at the game. I can like something and be worse at it, you know? All right, so let's return to pits. Let's do this. Put her back on softs. Go to options, gameplay, set this to full, but stability control off, TC, I mean, that doesn't matter. That's a fully adjustable on the car anyway. Let's just do max ABS. I want to see how much more of an assistance, or how much faster you have the potential to go in a car when you are not worried about braking. In terms of, you're not worried about trusting if you're going to blow through the brakes or not. I like the driving better, and again, we're not comparing all of AMS2 to all of RaceRoom. We are comparing the BMW LMDH on Monza. That's the comparison for these numbers. Brad G, thanks for the sub. And same with, who was that? I want to make sure I thank these people here. Let me read some of these comments first. A lot of comments that came in the last few minutes. Never had a wheel to display up. I read that one. I don't know who develops a sim without live telemetry output. That'd be a 100% killer for me. I'm sure there's some back door in there or something like that, but as far as in this particular one, it's not showing me a delta live. It's only showing me the delta per sector. Go and make it visible. But how come it's not outputting it to my wheel, though, Edison? That's the question. So, that's the full HUD. I'll leave the full HUD out. Yes, please hit the like button. Like Foy said, I appreciate that. Have live telemetry using SimHub? Okay. Alright, that's what I figured. I try to not use overlays. Just from a streaming standpoint. Maybe down the road when I'm a little more into like a lot of the backdoor third-party type of softwares. But for now, I try and keep things from a much more simple entry-level perspective. Even though I'm, you know, arguably like all of the Simagic stuff I have here, none of this is entry-level. But the point is that I boot it up and I go, you know? The content in AMS2 is undefeatable. It's the king. Absolute king of content. When it comes to the game itself, not mods. LMU just needs IMSA license. AC1 mods are a dirty rabbit hole. Same, really great. Yep. Some really great, most terrible. I'm confined to console for now. It's ACC, then PMR, but PMR is making a very strong push for favor due to the versatility and options. As updates roll out, it'll be... Here's my thing. Now, this is coming from the perspective of I like the driving experience in ACC, but I don't like racing in ACC. I just don't like racing GT3 cars, and even if I do, they need to be more exciting. ACC does a really good job of, in my opinion, what I would feel like is a GT3 car in real life, but there's not a lot of excitement in the sim when it comes to the racing side of things. I think PMR does a much better job of capturing the excitement of racing. Let's see. There's no doubt LMU is probably going to be a lot like ACC on console. So here's the thing. This is going to be the easiest way to know if LMU is going to be like ACC on console or if it's going to be like it is on PC. Crossplay. Is crossplay going to be like ACC where it's PS5 to Xbox and not to PC? Or is it going to be crossplay between all of them? That's how you know ACC on PC is a superior version than the console one, because they can't play together. There are other actual reasons why it's superior. I'm just saying that's a red flag right there. You're not able to crossplay, which means you're technically not playing the exact same game. Man, you guys are talkative. I can't keep up. All right, let me do this quick, and then I'll carry on with the conversation. Because this is a random test. Since it doesn't matter what I do, this is an outlap. Let's just get these tires warm. Oh, Jesus! Those corners in particular, I know I'm able to take faster with ABS, just because I know I can trust the brakes to not give up on me. Because I know I can promise you my braking is far from perfect without ABS. Here's the thing: if I'm actually like doing open lobbies for having a good time, whoa, talking. There we go. Another feature of AMS2 and RaceRoom I really like, reset to track. I don't have to sit there and dig myself out of the pits when I'm doing this stuff like now, you know? But when I'm doing like casual fun, I like to leave the cars be authentic and add one point of ABS control to the car, so it doesn't completely take over the braking, but it's just like a little bit of a safety net. You know? Alright, let's see what we can do now. Alright, that wasn't it. Haha! Wonder if because I changed the hub... No, it's still not showing me. So maybe that could be a Sim Pro thing, maybe. The software from Simagic just isn't capturing the telemetry of live Delta. Because the game's clearly producing it. And if SimHub can see it, that means it's actually existing, so... I know you all want a rolling start in PMR, and I don't disagree, but I can tell you this. Features like that are not what's going to make that game get popular. They have to fix the fundamental problems before they add features that are like that please like a certain amount of people. Like me personally, I couldn't care less about how the race starts. I truly don't care. All I care about is the experience of racing and it not having any game-breaking bugs and, you know, things like that. And most people aren't going to care about how the race starts either. Yes, 100% rolling starts should be added at some point. I don't disagree whatsoever. But I just don't think it should be a priority. It should only be a priority if it's no time to start. And I feel like a rolling start, no time to program, sorry. So I feel like a rolling start is going to be a little bit more time consuming to program than some of the things that need to be addressed first, you know? Just my opinion. So far, we're not going faster. All right, we're going to abandon this because I want to move on. But I'm actually kind of excited, though, that I wasn't way off the pace of using ABS. So that's a good sign. It means I'm not as bad as I thought I was. Right? That's what that means, right? All right. Up next, for you console players and PC players, Rennsport. Let's get into it. Rennsport doesn't output telemetry, at least not to SimPro at all. Kind of a bummer. Yeah, but if you knew how soft I was being on the brakes when I was trying to stop without ABS, I know I wasn't anywhere near the potential, what do you call it, limit. Let's see. Realistically, ideal, the best braking possible is not a very intrusive ABS. So it takes a lot of slip to activate ABS. So like in PMR, if I'm running a car that doesn't have ABS and I want to relax and things be more casual and not try hard it, I'll have ABS on 1 because it just gives me a little bit of a safety net to where I'm still doing most of the driving that I would normally be doing, but it stops me from that like laziness of like, oh no, I'm just going to stuff the brake or whatever. You know, you still have to try, but it does make the experience a little bit more casual and fun. Anyway, quick session. I got this one prepped. Monza, June, so we're warm. I don't think you can change tires in this one either. All right. Car setup. See, there's no tire. Compound 0, whatever that means. Rear wing is our rear wing's already maxed out. That's just what these are. These are the default car. I have not touched this. All right, so this one's RaceRoom. Oh, I'm sorry, this is Rennsport, not RaceRoom. I don't care about penalties. Oops. I actually cannot believe I didn't lock the brakes up right there. Or the tires up. Oops. Screw that up. Damn it. Came in a little too hot. This is definitely the easiest to drive by like a Texas mile. I'm just pointing and shooting. Braked way too early right there. That's right, this lap's junk anyway, so... I don't know what it would take to lose control in this car right now, honestly. This thing does not lock the tires up. I gotta have ABS on and don't know it. There's just no way. All right, 139.5. I don't think I have to have ABS on or something. This feels way too grippy. Or like I can't lock the brakes up. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. All right, let's turn that off. Let's try it again. Hopefully I don't have to actually change anything. I can just keep going. Because I could not lock the brakes up. All right, here we go. There we go. There's the brakes. I just stay locked right through that. I did not touch the throttle that entire S-curve. I just stayed in it. I'm running slower this lap by like a good amount too. Like everything is slowing down. Interesting. One more lap and then we're done. I'm just kidding, we're done. All right, so that game is super easy. Even though I'm not as fast, it was easy. Like undeniably easy. You just point and shoot. All right, difficulty 1. Very easy. No, let's be honest. Let's give it something. You still got to actually drive. So 2. Force feedback. I don't like the force feedback on the LMDH car. I like them on the GT3s in this game. I do not like them on what I'm feeling right there. So I would say that's the worst force feedback. Let's go 4. Fun. Let's go 6. All right. Our fastest lap is an AMS2. Our second fastest is in Rennsport. Our third fastest is in RaceRoom. Then LMU, and then much slower is our iRacing time. All right. Let's jump over to PMR. Let me read some of this chat here. So the thing is, K-Dog, is my rebuttal to you thinking AMS2 is more fun than RaceRoom. It objectively has more content, but if you've only played the free version of RaceRoom, you haven't played RaceRoom. That's the argument. So, like, you would have to compare all of the content of AMS2 and all the things and all the fun you can do versus all of that in RaceRoom. Now, there is more content in AMS2, there's no denying that. However, the 90s F1 cars in RaceRoom is some of the best driving I've ever done in a sim. Period. Somewhere in the world, the PC princess is throwing up that you're comparing PMR to iRacing. Good. Good. Choke on it. I don't like my guy's outfit. Let me change this quick. Just get rid of the blue. Don't like the blue. Yeah, I guess we can go with my colors. All right. Single player, race weekend. This is all set. So I believe we got 10-minute practice, summer, hot. Monza, or Brianza in this case. And our good old Bimmer. Well, I will say this, Oil Slick. PCs are the greatest thing to ever be invented. But, and I wish every console player could experience it at some point in their life, but I understand that financially that is not the easiest thing to do, especially right now. However, I play some of the most console games ever created on my PC and love them. I do not care if I play with PC players. Or I do not care if I play with console players. I do not care about any of that. I don't think that I'm better because I have a PC. But PCs are better. Do a lot more. They're way more powerful. They're also more problematic if you don't understand PCs. So, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But that being said, though, just because you have a PC doesn't make you better. So one thing visually that's already like getting me in this game, and they know about it. Everything I say to the devs. The shadow line cut off right here, this is where it's like peak rendering for the shadow, even though it needs a little bit more resolution in my opinion. But then right here, it's just not fully rendered yet, and that's not far away. In fact, do this. All right, real quick, right here with the shadows. Right here is the line, which isn't very far from the camera where they've stopped rendering. That there. If that can get pushed further out. I'm going to quote the boss in Office Space. That would be great. All right. I can't wait for consoles to not have their own OS. So that everything is just because everybody keeps saying that, oh, they basically are PCs now. Well, no, they're really not, because the OS is what makes them not a PC. They've always used, if they use a microchip, if that's the only prerequisite for being a PC, then they've always been a PC. Super Nintendo was a PC by that standard. Also, real quick, anybody see the conversation this morning about the Xbox Series S and not being able to run this game, and people with Xbox Series S being upset about it? And then me trying to tell people. Now, mind you, I don't spend a whole lot of time. I'm not someone that's going to sit there and debate with people, especially people who just don't want to listen. But I was talking about how the Xbox Series S is holding back development on games. It shouldn't, honestly, the Xbox Series S should be pulled off the market, in my opinion. Lots of people disagree with that notion, but it's not the same thing as a really powerful video card versus a really, a 6-year-old video card or whatever. Because the user scales the game down to be able to run the game. Consoles have to be developed, or games, have to be developed to run on older, weaker, weaker technology. Now, I am not just randomly saying that out of the blue. This is an Xbox Series S. This is mine. This thing is effectively an overpowered Roku. I only have this when a TV isn't smart, and I need to be able to plug this in so I can watch Netflix on it. The only other thing I play on this is Castlevania Symphony of the Night, a PlayStation 1 game. This is 1/3 the power of an Xbox Series X. And I can make the argument that an Xbox Series X is at very much end of life. But it's current gen, so be it. Anyway. Like, for example, PS5 Pro was heavily held back by the fact that they use the same CPU as PS5. Not even a single generation bump. So that part kind of sucks. Let's see. All right, let's get back to this. Let's drive. Let's see what we have to... Right now we're on mediums. ABS 1, let's kill that. All right, ABS is off. Let's warm the tires up. Oof. Oof. All right. Yep, there's that. So just so you know, for anybody out there who thinks, because I have been accused of this already, that I shill for PMR, this video or this stream is probably not going to be the best shilly video in their case, because their LMDH cars need some work. All right, here we go. Get these tires warm. Tires are taking forever to get warm, huh? Yeah, that oversteer issue. So I've spoken a little to the devs about this, and good thing is that these cars are closer to being cleaned up than I at least initially thought. I can't say too much, but as of right now, they are very hard to drive. But they're not like iRacing hard to drive, where the tires are just ridiculous. There needs to be some programming changes to these cars and what they do. The biggest problems they have is massive liftoff and downshift oversteer. You downshift at slightly too high an RPM, you immediately jackknife the tail of the car, and that's it, you're out of the race. Like that. It's over. Let's see if we can pull off getting... I might have to turn ABS on, honestly. I can't... I literally... Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna gimp this car. ABS 1, TC6, or TC10, sorry. Try and make this car get down the road. Because as you guys know, LMDH needs work in PMR. It's their worst class, in my opinion, by a good amount. All right. It's weird. They seem like they do everything good, and then they have this like massive oversteer. I'm also going to switch this thing right to tires. Turn to pit. Put some soft tires on it, because we're not having any luck with the mediums. Softs. Max rear downforce. And I think that's really it. I guess we can pull clutch out of it. Let's try that. Save, confirm, back, drive. Because every other sim that we've tried so far, downshifting did not cause the car to lose control. That is specific to this right now. We just push right through the brakes. Do I have that? I don't think I do. No, because I was locking the brakes up before. I was going to say, my brake pressure wicked low right now. And by the way, I'm not like doing any... This is all honest driving right now. And you've seen me drive every other sim so far. So if you see a consistent issue that I'm having that I didn't have in any of the other ones, well, that's more related to the game than anything else. I'd say the tires are even though there's still the color blue there. I mean, we'll see. Let's see what we do here. Let's go 150. Jeez. Used every bit of the 150 right there. Like that. I didn't even touch the gas. It's gonna be real hard to get a lap in. I think what makes this car harder to drive than iRacing is because it's not that the car is harder to drive, but the iRacing LMDH is consistently hard, so you tend to just drive under the limit. Whereas this game, you can push it and push it and push it, and then it kills you. You push. Oh, it didn't. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. No, we're dead. And so there's no consistency like to that, the predictability and the difficulty. You know, it just happens. Like, I have no idea why it just spun out right there. What I will be doing, though, however, is a revisit. See, like that. That's unnecessary. That just shouldn't be the case. That is absolutely problematic in the way the car drives in the game. I was not accelerating on throttle, and I wasn't off throttle. I was just maintaining a coasting speed, and the tail just slides out like that. And it's completely unpredictable when it's going to do it. And I've tried... Oh, we saved that. That's one thing that PMR does do well. I would say PMR definitely has better traction after peak grip than most sims, if not all sims. But that being said, this car needs some real good fundamental changes to the actual programming of it, and it's not set up. I know everybody wants to like sort of leash themselves to, oh well, you gotta this setup. I've tried everybody's best setup. The problems are still there. You have to stay out of first and second gear in this. And I can make the argument for, yeah, there's reasons to stay out of, the finished timer. We gotta do that again, clearly. How many laps do I gotta do before the tires are not blue? It's hot summer right now. I just used up a 10-minute session. Let's just peek it out. We're gonna do it again. We're just gonna keep making laps until I can pull off a lap. So let's see. Ring, yup. Softs, yup. We got clutch down to minimum. And as you've seen, it's not an ABS or a TC issue. Because it's not happening under heavy acceleration. Alright, let's give it another shot. See what happens. But you guys are missing what I'm saying here with when it comes to how the car needs to change at its core fundamentally. I didn't change anything on the other. This is the only car, by the way, that I've added that rear downforce to. All the other cars that I used were the way they're stock, like whatever you'd want to call that. The way the game delivers the car to you to drive. Changing ride height, changing preload, changing all these suspension settings, doing all this stuff just to get it to go around the track without telling you. I'm just not going to go into second gear at all and see if I can keep it from looping itself. These cars stress me out. And there's a lot of cars in this game that I love driving. Driving these stresses me out. Yes, TC is at 6. That's the way it is out of the box. I understand everybody trying... You're missing my point here. I'm driving every car the exact same. I'm doing nothing different. I can't get this car to go around the track. So, sure. Could I drive this car softer, more cautiously, do all this stuff? But I'm driving it the same way I've driven everything else. I've even turned ABS on to give me an assist. I'm gonna go slow here. That was brakes to the floor from, what, 125 or so? So let's back it off to 150, I guess. So, let me ask you this. If there's too much tire pressure in them, and they're not warm yet, is that my fault? I just got in the car and I'm trying to drive it. If the tires have too much tire pressure in them, but yet they're too cold, because they're still all blue all over the place. I'm running on Monza right now. Monza is not a hard track. Yes, the range of how fast you go on it is wide because it's not a hard track. But, like, look at this. I can't stop. I can't stop in a rational amount of time. It's amazing how... Serious question, guys. Why don't people... I am someone who prides myself on critiquing when things need to be critiqued and then complimenting when things need to be complimented. How many compliments have I given this game where it shines? And now that I'm critiquing it, where it has a problem. And everybody is just defending that I'm wrong in the critique. Then when I go to iRacing and give it the compliments where it deserves it and then do the critiquing where it needs it, the same thing happens. Everybody seems to want to blindly defend their favorite sim. Do we want them to be better or not? There's a reason I saved this one for last. I drove every other sim. This is the hardest one to drive, even over iRacing, because iRacing is predictable. It's predictably punishing in the fact that the tires just never have grip. So you have to drive under the limit the whole time. Whereas in this, the cars feel like they have tons of grip, and then they just kill you. And they all do this, by the way. I have not found an LMDH car that has any kind of significant advantage over the other one. They all just kind of are hard to drive. Like, that almost came out right there. Like every other sim, I can confidently shift in the third, hit the brakes, shift in the third, make the turn, and we saved it there. But we've spun out almost every other time doing that. That shouldn't happen. I'm sorry, that should not happen. I disagree if you think that should happen. That hasn't happened in any other sim, not even iRacing. Trust me, I want them to be good in this game. I very much am for this game. Hell, I'm one of this game's biggest defenders. So when I critique it, I think it's valid. No? Disagree? That was a 30-mile-an-hour spin out. I'm staying third. I just don't trust these. I just want to complete a lap without spinning out. Or having it canceled. Whether you guys can see it or hear it, I'm very much underdriving this car from what I did with the other sims, except iRacing. iRacing I underdrove the whole time, hence the lap time. Alright, that was a break too early. All right, looks like 142.9. All right. Let's compare times quick. RaceRoom, first attempt, 140.7. AMS2, multiple combos, but ultimately we did this on the mediums. 139.3. And you've all driven AMS2. Rennsport, even though we didn't go as fast as AMS2, it's so hard to crash. It's so hard to wipe out. Difficulty is 2. LMU, we don't play LMU. So think about it like this. These numbers here matter, whether you want to believe it or not. I do not play LMU. I barely play Rennsport. I play a lot of AMS2, so that time is justified. iRacing, I don't iRace. Not in these cars anyway. They're not fun in iRacing. I like the slower cars in iRacing. But I have a lot more time into understanding the fundamentals of iRacing. In RaceRoom, I think I have like 50 hours in. But ultimately, AMS2 is what I have the most amount of hours in, second to PMR. I have the most amount of hours in PMR right now, and I cannot drive these cars. iRacing, it's easier to make a predictable lap by simply predicting you can't go anywhere near the limit. But PMR isn't far off from that same sort of methodology because you trust the car in PMR until you don't, and then it kills you. And it kills you so surprisingly. Whereas iRacing just wants to kill you the whole time because the tires are made of ice. But the point is we were only able to go 2 seconds faster than an iRacing. And we have an endless amount of hours in this game. An endless amount. But in my opinion, the LMU time and the PMR time, this should be the red flag. This is a game that I do not play. I do not play LMU. And I went over a second faster than PMR. I'm on mediums, even though that's all you can use in LMU. I'm on mediums. There is zero setup to the car whatsoever. Whatsoever. The PMR car, which I have ABS on, I have soft tires on, I have maximum rear downforce, and I've pulled all the static pressure from the clutch so it doesn't bite as hard. To try and mitigate some of that lift-off snap oversteer. We have all of that advantage in the favor of that, on top of I play the hell out of PMR. And I'm a second slower than LMU. How many laps did I make in LMU? How many laps did it take in PMR for me to get a clean lap? Regardless of how I am driving or how good I am with these cars is a complete irrelevant point. The point is, I just raced every one of them. And in a game that I don't play, that according to the internet is pretty damn popular for the hypercars, I'm faster than in PMR. And I don't play the game. That is the biggest red flag to the way the cars are programmed in PMR, from my perspective, more than anything else. Because if I was like slower in LMU, like let's just say I was doing 140, doing iRacing times, right? And having the same kind of issues. Then I could be like, well, you know, it's solely me. I just need to figure out how to drive the cars better. But the default car in LMU, in a game that I don't play, I'm a second faster in with no ABS, with medium tires, with no setup of the car whatsoever. Now, the setup in PMR is arguably barely set up, but the point is I have made changes that help prevent the problems that I'm having with it. And I still can't catch up to LMU. Are we picking up what I'm putting down yet? I can tell you this, if people don't want to believe me. The devs know about this. They're fixing it. They don't disagree with me. They know it's there. They know it's a problem. They've just been distracted fixing core problems that aren't just dialing in a specific class of car. So, yes. That's why I plan on doing a before and after of these cars in this game to see how whatever patch they're in, I don't know super tight details because everything's tight-lipped. That's how it's supposed to be. But they are working on correcting all of the problems, as well as the extreme oscillation that comes from the wheel as well. I have my mids and lows turned down quite a bit to prevent this from happening when I'm death gripping my wheel and it's still doing this. So that is also being tweaked. So until I test it, though, you know, unfortunately, I'm putting this up there with iRacing's difficulty. Because at least in iRacing, I understand it fundamentally. I know that I can't push. Fun? Honestly? The least fun. Because iRacing, where the fun lies in that, is challenging yourself. Is trying to figure out how to push the car closer and closer to the limit without passing it. This here, the problems with the oversteer especially, it makes it feel like it's punishing. It's the most stressful variant of this car that I've driven so far. Force feedback, the problem is it's the oscillation that kills the force feedback. Like the overall force feedback feels good. PMR has some of the best force feedback that I've felt, period, across the cars. It translates into this car with the exception, unfortunately, of the oscillating. If you leave the mids and the lows at maximum, which is where you get all the good, fun detail of PMR's force feedback, you also, when you're going down a straight road. So, for now, that has to be part of the score. Actually, I lied. We'll go 6. We'll go 6. It's more than 1 point better than Rennsport's. But remember, guys, this is LMDH ranking. This is not the games as a whole. That is all I'm comparing today. These numbers are not reflective of all the other things that the games do. This is strictly comparing LMDH on Monza, which Monza's an easy track. So if you have problems on Monza, you have problems on complex. I can't do it in LMU. But I could take every car here to the Nordschleife. And if you think these problems with these cars are bad on Monza, wait till you see me trying to take this car down the Nordschleife. So let me see if any changes here occur. Yeah, I'd say those numbers all kind of stay the same. We'll just delete this since this is kind of a pointless number. We're judging it so specifically. So we're the fastest in AMS2. It's hard to say if it's harder or easier than RaceRoom. But I feel like these numbers are pretty accurate. So, for reference, though, from a programming and a gameplay standpoint, AMS2 and PMR are the most similar. And, 3.5 seconds off the pace. tires and no ABS here, and no tuning, you could make the argument that I've barely tuned this car, which is accurate. I've only changed a couple settings. Those settings that I've changed always make the car work better. You put more rear downforce on a car, you have a less likely chance of the rear end coming out. That's how rear downforce works. Rear downforce, the only penalty to rear downforce is you slow the car down in a straight line, like high-end mile an hour. You have more of the atmosphere around you pushing the car into the ground. I'd be interested to see how you get on with the second challenge down in the challenge menu. It's the Lamborghini LMDH Round Nordschleife. Okay. Okay. Hear me out. I could drive Group C before it got the most recent update, no problem, around any track. And now they're just easier to drive. In my opinion, I think these cars should have gotten a buff before Group C. Now, everybody seems to like the Group C stuff, so that's good. I mean, I'm not the only person with an opinion, obviously. I'm not the only person to please, obviously. So if the overall consensus is that Group C feels better, then fine. That's good. I still like Group C. I just liked it better when they were harder to drive. But they didn't feel problematic when they're in their difficulty. They just felt like you have to know how to drive those cars. They didn't have all the grip in the world, and then 30 miles an hour, they just go, whoop! They just kill you when I'm not on the throttle. You know? Anyway. I'll give it a shot, but I'm probably going to be agitated. What'd you say these were? They under endurance haul or factory driver? I didn't see anything at Sebring. Factory menu? Yeah, that's where I was. Lamborghini. Overart challenge right here. Yeah, I'm going nowhere near that 542 on the Nordschleife with these cars. Not in their current state. That's a lot of patience right there. Yeah, the difference is, Alex, is that I drove every other sim first, and I drove this sim the same way I drove those, and had a problem. It wasn't until I slowed down and reset to get around the track. And I ended up getting, what, 143.9 or whatever? I'll give it a shot, but this is going to be miserable. And also, I don't doubt people are faster than me in these cars. I'm a pretty simple person. If I don't like the way a car drives, I just don't drive it. You know? Soft. Max rear wing. gonna leave it there. Try that. Worst part is I gotta do 2 laps. Yeah, I'm good. All right. Can I not leave this menu? Oh, continue. Main menu. Let's do that exact same attempt somewhere else, quick. Just curious. Let's see. Try RaceRoom. I'll give you a proper attempt when they change the cars. I have very little patience for cars that I know need to have changes made to them. I'm not the type of person that likes to learn. You have to kind of understand, I come from the mindset of the guy who builds the vehicle, not drives it. So when I know there's something wrong with the vehicle, I don't even want to waste my time with the drive. Just max rear downforce. That's all we're going to do. See how this car drives by comparison. Ha! I gotta get used to the understeer. Hold on, what are we at here? Oh, wrong button. Shit. I'll say this, jumping from sim to sim, still one of the harder things there is to do in sim racing. Oh! I actually screwed up. I know what I need to do. I need to go pull the brake pressure out. I must just go do it. Turn a garage. Car setup. What's that under again? There we go. And by the way, the tires are starting at 35C. I gotta remember that you understeer like crazy in that turn. Cold tires. I gotta get these tires warm first. Alright. Gotta do 2 laps. Tires are already at 50C from 35. Oh, we got it. Tires are still warming up. But see, if you notice though that like the rear end is planted. I'm doing some downshifting. Coming into turns. It's not affecting the actual... That 2-3 or that 3-2 right there in PMR would have kicked the car out. And by the way, this game heavily benefits from tuning cars. Every car in this game seems to be plagued with a lot of understeer, and a lot of the tuning gets rid of it. All I've done to this car so far is the brake pressure and rear wing. So I could arguably, whatever I do here, make this car handle better on this track. Obviously the same goes for all of the Sims PMR, but I'm just saying it's not like this is the best these cars can handle, you know? I gotta do a whole nother lap again. Alright. Clearly no, we got way... Next lap will not count. That makes me want to rage quit right there. The next lap will not count stuff is the worst. All that to not get a lap time. Which I knew the first lap wasn't going to count, but the second it canceled out my second lap, I was not doing a third lap. So let's do... for comparison. Oh, man. Whoa, hey, cold tires, calm it down. What are my tires anyway? Yeah, same starting temp, 30s. But are we noticing how much easier these two games are to run through these curves than PMR? And I can tell you that Group C in this game is way harder than Group C in PMR. Oops, too much gas. That's on me. He turned TC up just a little bit. Knock that down, because that was a TC scenario where if I had more TC or less throttle, it would have not spun out. That's not the issue that I'm having in PMR. The one I'm having in PMR is it mostly happens on decel or downshifting or coast. Whereas that just happened from just pushing way too much throttle through the turn. Safety net. Let me go max TC. See how it feels. Yep, I will be streaming tonight open lobbies. Gotta take that line pressure out. Different sim. I'm telling you, the hardest thing you can do is just jump around in different sims. Once PMR has a little more time polishing up the LMDH cars, I'll probably start making some videos of comparing cars for sim versus sim, not just like the live stream stuff. I want to start getting more comparison videos made rather than just doing it all on live. That's the type of stuff I like to do more than anything else. Comparisons. That absolutely would have spun out in PMR. Downshifting twice, coming into a carousel like that. Yeah, I definitely think this is a little easier than RaceRoom, but I like the experience better in RaceRoom, the driving experience. Good looking car in carbon, huh? Did the exact same thing. Oh, I ended it the exact same way. That there is my own fault, both games. I'm used to having the one click of ABS right there. And I'm waiting too long to brake. And it's putting me into the wall and canceling my laps. But anyway, you get the idea. Let's try and at least get that far in PMR, okay? Let's just compare the laps in terms of how smooth or sloppy they are.
There's a little hole in my big head. I like to watch the white floor turn red. I like to look at myself from the outside. No signs of life, so step aside. There's a little pig in the big eyes. I think it makes them pretty. They look so nice. They only care about their future fate.
RaceRoom looks a lot better than AMS2. RaceRoom, I think, is the best looking sim right now from factoring everything in. I think PMR has the best behind the scenes graphics, but they're very muddled down by a lot of the color palette, the clarity, all sorts of like graphical bugs. But in general, factoring everything in right now, I'd say RaceRoom is the best looking. This has potential to be the best looking. We'll see where they bring it, but all right, let's so I want to set the cars up exactly like you guys say. And we're going to run on the Nordschleife. Here's the bathroom. All right, let's see. Yeah, you don't want it to be low on the bump stops though, because you're massively in the curbs in this game, or in this track. So you're not going to want it to bottom out ever. I'm not going to touch suspension. I'm just going to mess with preload, all that jazz. So you're saying set preload to minimum? Paul Cross, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Maximum preload. This is what you're talking about? All right. All righty. All right, what do you consider low PSI? I don't know why it said 30 when they're clearly at 20. All right, let's see if you're right. I pushed in every other sim. I'm gonna push now. Both AMS2 and RaceRoom with cold tires fresh out the pit. You want to keep things apples to apples, you have to keep things apples to apples. And these tires are plenty warm. I'd say it feels better, at least than default, but I have to try this car on default on this track to really get an honest comparison. I only took the Lambo on here. It's not swinging out, so that's good. Honestly, I would put my more faith in the fact that that's tire pressure than anything else. Where this car is suffering right now, though, is the straight line. She's got no balls in a straight line right now. Grip is really good, but we're suffering when it comes to raw acceleration. Based on what I'm feeling right now, I would say there's nothing in the suspension I really want to change. Handles the curbs nice, grip's nice. I'm just curious to see what it does in the back straight. Oh, too much. That's fine. Farm sim, so you can cut the grass pretty good in this game. Yeah, I mean, I didn't lift at all right there out of an experiment's sake. Obviously, I paid the price for that, but I was just curious if I could make that turn without downshifting and slowing down. And I did and I didn't. I clearly crashed after the turn, but yeah, we got a lot of grip right now. All right, let's see what we do in the backstretch. I'm going to add some tire pressure. I'm curious to see how the car handles with more tire pressure in it. Because we're just not moving out the back door right now. Like, look at, we cannot get into 7th gear. All right, let's go back to the pits and let's add tire pressure and see if we lose control that we gained, because we gained a bunch of control there, but we lost a lot of top end. Now that could be because we're also on max wing too, but let's see. Split the difference. see. Let's reduce this back to 6. Take some. Actually, no. Let's do one thing at a time. One thing at a time. How you make changes. One thing at a time. Let's see if we lose the grip. That's just reading chat. Ugh. Well, if that's my target, then I need to be on mediums because these are way too hot. Bottom line is this. Do we have a fundamental objective? This temperature is peak grip in this game? Like, have the developers said that 200 degrees is peak grip? Like, what is the number that's... It doesn't matter what the real world is. What is the number that's programmed in the game to be the absolute best? You know, until we know what that number is, we're just guessing based off of other things, you know? So I'll raise the pressure again. I'm going to raise it to what it was essentially stock, which is what, 22.9 is how they, or 20, yeah, 22.9 I believe is how they have it, or something like that. Hold on. How do I load the default setup? There we go. All right, 20.9. So load EJR, softs, 20.9. I got to reset those though. I didn't save those. Where are we? That stops the oversteer, it seems. Let's run the tires the same way they were programmed. Well, typically the more tire pressure you have, the more mile per hour you're going to put out the back door for the straights. But I don't know why it says I have 31 PSI in the tire. You notice that? Right now, it shows I have 31 pounds in them. Let's see if that goes away when I get on track or something. Jesus. Yeah, no, we're at... But is it actually 31 PSI, or is the bug saying that I have 31 PSI? Let me just see if I can drive it on this tire pressure. Alright, so it's definitely tire. Definitely tire is where the grip is at. Turn to pit. Let's try this. Vehicle setup. Tires. Load default. Alright. Now let's do this. I want to see if just changing the tire pressure is everything. Not going to change anything else. Just the tire pressure. Yeah, that felt like 30 by comparison to the first two numbers. So maybe that's been the problem the whole time. The tires are bugged. Although now it says we're at 28. And I don't know why. Unless they cool down. Yeah, like, it's not what tires do. The hotter tires get, the higher the pressure goes, not the other way around. I'm gonna have to go back to Monza and try Monza again. Because it feels like it's got all the grip. I've changed nothing but the tire pressure. Yeah, it's the tires. For sure the tires. This thing is glued to the ground right now. So all the differential stuff, all the preload, all the clutch, all that is just stuff. The only change that I felt is just lowering the tire pressure. Like, in my opinion, it feels much more like this car should feel. Alright, so let's do this. Let's see if the same thing applies to mediums. Same tire pressure, just run mediums. So let's see if we have the same grip with mediums. There's no changes to this car. Nothing. Just tire pressure. Well, that was sort of intentional. Kind of flooring it right there. Well, let me kill this. Alright. Let's see how we do driving the car. We're looking for the snap oversteer, or oversteer in general. And not a problem, Pedro, I appreciate it. But it's, so far, is fundamentally, it's the tires. Weird. It's almost like I said, not in this stream, about this game, but I've said in the past, many times, it feels like these cars just need grip. So let's take that turn again with the mediums. Obviously, they just need grip. I'm saying tire grip. Alright, let's try softs. It's always the tires. You're right. It always is the tires. iRacing, it's the tires. There's a lot of good driving in iRacing, but the tires are a complete joke. But don't tell them that. This, I will say this, the tire pressure, you can easily feel the difference between mediums and softs. Before, I couldn't tell you anything about them. I'm intentionally driving sloppy, too. Trying to get this car loose. Didn't lift out of the throttle a single fraction of a second right there. We have no rear downforce added, so we have that in the back pocket as well if we are a little too slidey in the back. But like, look at our mile an hour without that rear downforce. We just went 15 miles an hour faster in that straight with no rear downforce. Whoa, now we lost it. Still think it needs more rear grip. Through the tires, I'm saying. That doesn't feel like a differential or anything like that issue. Alright, let's go back to Monza. So we can properly compare. Another crew, but it wouldn't let me choose tire for some reason. Strange. Very strange. Alright. I don't know why I went all the way back. All I need to do is change to Monza. Let's see. Vehicle setup. I don't want to change anything but the tire. I do need to lower this, though, because it's killing my hands. Alright, so softs, minimum tire pressure, front and rear. Let's start there. Let's save that. Did it delete my setup? Or is it because it's a different track? Shouldn't. Anyway. Stock. All stock. Alright. Let's see if I can do a lap without crashing. I'll be in Discord later tonight, Pete. Maybe. Maybe. It's hard to stream with a lot of people in Discord. That's the problem. You alone are fine. They are not a problem, but there's a lot of people in the Discord. It gets real hard to kind of concentrate on running the stream and all that. Oh, I missed that. Oh, whoa, what was that? That was weird. That was a weird spin around. I mean, I know I was on the sausage, but goal here is to beat my lap time. 1:43.9. 141.2. Alright, that's that. That one's junk. So we cut 2.7 seconds off the lap time. Alright, we're already... This lap is already junk, so not too concerned with it. So let's kill ABS. See how it feels about that. Pretty sure I did 143. Oh, sorry, 142.9. Versus 141.2. Tire pressure is all over the place. That might be the problem. Nope, nope. I think the problem is tires. I don't think the tire pressure is real. I think this number does nothing. Let's add 1 PSI, or 0.2. That's our default pressure. Let's go back. Vehicle setup, tires. Let's see what max tire pressure actually is. 32. 38. Yeah, that's everything. Low tire pressure is going to slow you down from an acceleration standpoint. What you have to understand about grip, guys, is that grip is not something that comes and goes with tires. You either have it, you have more of it, or you have less of it. So if you have grip that gets you good turning ability at, say, 60 miles an hour, at 200 miles an hour, you have to tear that grip off the ground in a straight line, slowing you down. Which is why more tire pressure will always give you more top end mile an hour. These numbers are so random. Like, this is what I'm talking about. My rears right now have more pressure in them than the fronts. Look at it. Look at it. 19.1 in the rear. 23.8 in the front. Drive. Look at my tire pressures. Now it's 36 in the front. It's completely random. I gotta tell them about that. Drive again. 36.29. Return to pit. Drive. 36.29. Return to pit. Vehicle setup, tires. 23, we're in the menu here. Let's go back, drive. 3629, all right, that number's been consistent, even though it's way off from what we have pushed. But, I mean, numbers matter for what it's worth. Because we couldn't mile an hour the car in that lap. We were struggling to go over 180. Whereas in the Nürburgring, we were doing over 190, almost 200. And that is directly related to tire pressure. I promise. So let's go 22. So we just dropped 1.8 PSI out of that and nothing out of the rear. 26 and 29. Okay, sure. So what I want you to look at here, pay attention to the mile an hour. Alrighty. That's all me. You can just hear how the car doesn't want to accelerate. That's tire pressure. Watch, all right. Check out the peak mile an hour right here in the backstretch. .176, and I still missed the, well, no, I got it. Barely got it. So we did 176 right there. So, return to pit. Vehicle setup. Tires. Just max them out. Go the polar opposite end of the spectrum. All right. Maxed out. We were at 22 pounds, or 23 pounds, when we were straight lining it before. Now we're at 37 and 37. I'll be honest with you, the number, the PSI number that I see on this, I trust more than what it is in the game. Like on the settings screen, I mean. I feel like this is the number that matters, not the one in the menu. I'm not too concerned about the driving of the car right now, because I know it's going to drive like shit. You see? Barely any speed right there, spinning out. That's all inflated tires. So we did 176 in the last backstretch. Let's see what we do this time with max tire pressure. We're clearly going to go a lot faster. We've already just went 180. All right, let's see. 176 was our number to beat. There it is. We beat it. So we just picked up 10 miles an hour in the backstretch, but of course lost most of our handling ability. So what I'm learning is that the numbers on that the screen is displaying right here, these numbers, this 36 PSI, that's the number that matters. The number in the game is irrelevant. All right, sorry, in the settings menu. So let's set this to 25. 24.9, whatever. Now you would think these would be the same tire pressure, right? Let's see if the game says they're the same. All right, they're both 29. So let's try that. Let's see what the tire pressure does. Actually, no, let's go down a couple more. Turn to pit. Let's go 24.1. See how that feels, or what that looks like, I mean. That dropped 1 PSI. Let's go again. Still 28. It's fine. I'm going to do this one click at a time and see what it does. Still 28. I know it's tedious, but... Alright. Now we're floating around 27. Let's do a lap on 27. See how that feels. But I 100% trust the tire pressure number on the screen here more than I trust the one in the menu. Because we know 22 pounds grips, but does not mile an hour. Lose 10 miles an hour. Still too loose, though. That was way too loose for that entry speed. So let's go back to the pit and lower it more. So 27. 22.8. Nope, what am I doing? C position. What am I doing? Right, 26. I think 22.8 though is Default. I actually got to get offline. I've been on here way too long. I gotta go eat food. Front end grip feels really good. It's all rear grip that feels where the problem, all the problem is in this car. Nope. Man. That's wild. No, get out of cockpit setup, will you? Oh my god, I wish I knew what buttons to hit. Alright, let's try minimum again. 18.9. That should put us at 24 pounds. 22 pounds. Alright, let's try 22. The thing is we're spinning out at super low speed too, and then unfortunately the wing's not going to do a whole lot for like the 30-mile-an-hour spinouts. There's not enough downforce being applied there. It's a grip issue for sure. Not like by grip I mean a tire grip issue, not a suspension or aero type spin out. I'm done. I need a break. I can't keep doing this tedious stuff. It's a lot of work to get a car to handle like another game does by default. I'd rather them just retweak the default setups of the car or fix the cars or whatever that is to get the cars to actually work. Because that, I just can't. It's too much for me. I don't have the time to sit here and keeping on with that. It's exhausting. Testing and fixing the tire pressure, that's good, that's good. It's rough. That's just tedious, because it's like, you're doing all these things to get the car, this music is loud. You're doing all these things to get the car to function somewhat normally, and then you just get in the car in another sim and it just works. So, and it works on mediums. So I don't know. Dude, I finally gave the Group C cars a go. Amazing. My new favorite class. Glad to see. Glad to see. Group C are the best cars ever made. Exactly. It's going to change later anyway. The next patch, I think, is going to probably tweak these cars anyway. So why sit here and, you know, stress myself out with these clicks back and forth to get nowhere, you know? If I could change the suspension stuff on the fly or while I'm driving the car, that's one thing. But the whole going to the pits, menu, reheating the tires, blah, blah. It's too much for me for a video game right now. So, anyway. All right, folks. I need to go eat some food. I will be back at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some open lobbies in Project Motor Racing. Yeah. So, anyway, folks. I need some food. My brain's not working. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, everybody watching. Thank you for the new subs. Thank you for the likes. And let's keep this party going. Something rolling. I don't know. I need food. Anyway, folks, I'll see you at 11 o'clock tonight. Take care.